Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? We're very happy to have you on board for this training. I believe we have a significant amount of people already joining the training. We'll start off the day by introduction. So this is Lidatu. I'll be your trainer for the rest of the training. That's going to be for the 3 days. So I am an electrical engineer and also a software engineer. I'm most keen to data science and data engineering. Okay, so I'm also the co-founder and the CEO for Infnova Technologies. So I'll say a bit of a word regarding Infnova Technologies. So Infnova Technologies is a company focusing on education regarding software development, hardware, embedded systems, and also we focus on digital fabrication. So in this specific section, we're going to dive into Python programming and also a bit of introduction and a kickoff for data science. So this much said for me, maybe I'm going to ask the assistants that we have, and also we have Dave, which is one of Infnova co-founder online. So I'll ask them to introduce themselves in the chat section. Yeah, go ahead and do that. So all the assistants say your names and your role in this training. And then we'd proceed to all our trainees. Okay, uh, that's Dave. So I believe also the assistants are writing their names. Um, so let's proceed to all our trainees. So can you say your name? And probably we have people from different part of the world joining this training. So you say your name, where you're from, and then we'd go on introducing likewise. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We're we've just started our training today on Python programming and data science kickoff. We're just getting to introduce ourselves. Um, so say your name and where you're actually from. Maybe if you mention your city plus your country, that would be great. So one of the assistants have just put their names. That's Nathaniel Getachew. So he said, "Hi everyone, I am Mr. Nathaniel, one of the live chat assistants. I'll be here throughout the stream to answer any of the questions, help troubleshoot, and point you to the right resources." We have a lot of assistants responding. We have Saula Sow from Addis Ababa. Happy to have you. We have Sosinna from Ethiopia. We have Morati Mulalu. I'm not sure if I'm saying this wrong. I'm sorry if I do. From Botswana. Happy to have you, Morati. We have Daniel from Addis Ababa. We have Ayob from Addis Ababa. We have Fasika from Addis Ababa. Good morning, everyone. We're very happy to have you today. We also have someone from Bahardar, that's Mohammed. Happy to have you, Mohammed. We have Howie from Addis Ababa. We have Haile Mariam Tolosa from Ethiopia. Happy to have you. Happy to have you all. We have a lot of people that are joining. I'd like to welcome everyone to who's taking part in this training. We have Nathaniel. I couldn't say your full name, from Botswana. Happy to have you. Okay, we have Brahanu would be facilitating through the support in the live chat. So one thing that I would like to remind you is that you can either use this chat to make your questions, to ask your questions, and also you can be able to use the chat from the Telegram group. So in the Telegram group, we have 3 topics. The first one is the in the Impnova community that I mean. We have the general topic. Inside the general topic, we'll be discussing general topics. Mostly for our training, we'll be using the Python and data science topic, where you'd be asking all your questions that you like. It's very mandatory that you join the Telegram group. The assistants, maybe you can put a link to the Telegram group inside the live stream chat. So make sure everyone joins the Telegram group, where most of the training activities would be in a Telegram group. Okay, you'd be given exams all in a Telegram group. The links would be sent out there, and also resources regarding training would be put in the resource section. So you're only allowed to actually write in the general section in the Python and data science topic. The other topics are reserved for the training team, so that things are very organized and you can always look and find it very easily. Okay, I hope this is clear. Um, our participant saying hi. We have Kenan, we have Musfin from Ethiopia. Welcome, Mesfin. Welcome, Kudus Mesfin. Welcome, Kenan. Um, we have Brooke Salomon, who is one of the assistants. Happy to have you also here, Brooke. We have a bit over 70 people who have joined the class. So let's wait for just a bit, 5 minutes and so on, then we jump into our training. Okay, enough with the introduction. I'd like to understand how you feel today. We're going to only use emojis. So send out emojis to show off how you feel today. Okay, so are you feeling happy? Are you feeling excited? Are you feeling programmer? Are you feeling energetic? Come on, now go ahead and select your emojis and send it out in the chat section. So for some of you who haven't been able to write in the chat section in the YouTube, that's because maybe you haven't created a channel. So it's very swift. In the chat section, there's something that says uh, create a YouTube channel. Just create. That's only two press. Okay, 2 clicks and then you have a channel. If you have a Gmail account, that should be very easy. Okay, Robson Solomon is feeling excited, I believe, all hearts in his eyes, loving Python programming, I believe, and data science. Happy to have you. Oh, for Milky, I'm not sure what that emoji is. Maybe text yellow gold. That's how you feel today. Samayawit is feeling happy. Uh, Tawanda is feeling. I'm just sharing his emoji. He's feeling dollars. We have everyone showing off their emojis. Okay, what we're doing here is I want to know how you feel it. How you feeling today? Before we start our training in just 5 minutes, go ahead and show us how you feel today. Are you feeling excited? Are you feeling energetic? Are you feeling happy? Use only emojis to describe your feeling today. So some of you, I can only read your channel name because that appears through your channel name, the emojis. So people mindset said hello, and Bruhanu Jonathan is feeling as a champion, which he is. Good morning, everyone. We're just about to start our training in just 1 minute. What we're doing is we're sharing our emojis in the live stream. How are you feeling today? You may also use the Telegram chat to show your feelings. Say how you feel today. You can use emojis. You can use GIFs. Right? Fabulous. Okay. Um, as you go on sharing your emojis, let's just start with some of the warmers for the training. We start with how how what's actually data science and Python and what's the path to it, what companies are actually using internationally Python programming, or maybe data science, and what are the opportunities regarding this field. All right. So Python is one of the famous language for data. Data is the next petroleum that we say. Data is everything in the world that we live in. It's a way that we make decisions for the next product release, or maybe to change some of the features in the app that we've been developing, or even for a business strategy. So Python have been the best language for a lot of years. Um, Even though that we have a couple of other language for data science, Python is the most famous one with a lot of libraries and supports. I really suggest also you check out more in Python if you're looking forward to be data science, data engineer, or maybe data analyst, which we're going to discuss a lot about this in the third day, who actually uses data science. Maybe before I say this, if you know any companies internationally, like the big giants using Python, maybe you can go ahead and write it in the comment section. Let me check out what you write, and then I'll reveal which companies actually use it. So you can always use the Telegram group for any of your response. That's perfectly possible. So some of you are joined in the Telegram group, but necessarily we're actually in the live stream. So the assistants, maybe you can send out the links to join the call in the Telegram group in all the topics, so that until everyone is set and understands the rules, please go ahead and share it in all the topics, the general, the resource, and the Python and data science topic, so that everyone joins. I think some are having challenge because I'm getting an email and also a text. Okay, I can see that someone have joined from USA. Johannes Kabeda from Maryland. We're very happy to have you, Johannes. So we're having a question: who's actually using Python for data? HM have said Opera, OpenAI, definitely OpenAI. Um, and Hemu have said Google and Microsoft, which is perfectly correct. And um, Code Warzone has said Google. All right, you guys are very enlightened about this. Yeah, actually, all of the companies that you mentioned use data science for most of their works to make decisions. All the AI models are actually based on data. Amazon uses it for recommending uh, any of the products that you would like to buy. Mostly the things that comes to your feed are based on what you've actually bought, or based on what you've been looking at Amazon. Also for Google, maybe for YouTube, you know this. There is a For You page. So the For You page is actually based on data, on what you've been searching, on what you've clicked, and what you've been looking for long hours. And also Meta uses this a lot for Meta is a company which is named a bit, but originally was Facebook. Now it incorporates Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. So all of these actually uses a lot of data science for any of the recommendations or any of the sales. Do you think this is a strong career path? Definitely. Data science is a very demanded skill at the point that we're speaking. So it's the most popular language. The most popular language for this career path is Python, as it holds, I mean, probably 70 to 80% of the industry share. You can check out this more if you'd like to read on the indexed resource. It's got a high job demand. Thousands and thousands of companies are having um, job vacancies on Python developer, machine learning model builder, and also artificial intelligence, NLP, a lot of it. Um, Industry standard libraries, which are like Pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib library, Seaborn, Scikit-learn, and a lot of them are there, which are exactly what's being used in the industry. And these are available for free that you can just incorporate it to your project. So what's the financial reward, which is the most attractive when it comes to data science? So it's high demand, which translates to competitive salary for skilled professionals. This is the range that you're looking for when you work in data science as a professional or junior developer, which is quite interesting. And I really believe that most of you here can achieve this. So this is salary range for data scientists in United States, but mostly it's very close, a bit low or a bit above, depending on different companies and different part of the world. Okay, this is the point where your journey about data science starts. So in this training, we're going to dive a lot about Python programming and also an introduction to data science. We'll be using some datas, open source datas, to go through what's actually getting done using data science. So we're going to send out a form that's going to be used as a baseline survey for us to understand where you're standing at this point regarding your programming journey, your Python understanding, and some of key skills that we really require throughout the training. So the assistants would be sending out the form in also the chat and also the Telegram group. Wherever you prefer, you can just go ahead and click the link and start to fill in the form. So this form is not graded, but then we'll be using this to understand where you're standing. Maybe at the end of the training, we'd be sending out a final survey, which is the same form, and would start to understand how you've updated. So it's also very important for us that we can always improve our training. If you have any questions regarding what I've said, you can go ahead and just write it in the chat section or in the Telegram group. Are we clear? Give me a thumbs up or a confirmation if it's all clear what I say. Great. So, assistants, please send out the form in all the channels. So for every forms, make sure that you can always find it from the resource section. We're going to put it every links regarding training, the regarding any of the training datas like exams, forms would be sent out in the resource section in Telegram, and in the chat we'd also drop. But in the chat, the challenge is once a lot of people have written a lot of things, then it's going to be very difficult for you to trace it back. Okay, let's have I think 10 minutes is more than enough considering the internet and everything. And also, a couple of people are just joining in. So, we'd have 10 minutes for this section, filling in the form. So, what we're doing at the moment is we're filling in the form regarding the baseline survey. So, the baseline survey is something that we're going to use to actually understand where you're standing at this point in the journey. So, which later we're going to also send a final survey and we'll understand how you've updated in your skills and also see how good is our training, which we're going to update accordingly. So this is not graded, but it would be considered as an attendance. So everything that is sent out here in the training, throughout the training, uh, there are two purposes. One is some forms like baseline survey, um, and the final survey does not have any graded requirement, but then they'd be used as an attendance. But the exams, they have two purposes. One is as an attendance, and the second one is used as as your grade for your final certification. So make sure that you fill in every single form. So whenever you have a connection challenge, make sure that you personally send me a text on my Telegram saying, I have lost connection or I have power issue, which I'm going to consider that. And also, when you come back to the training, make sure that you say, I'm now back to the training, or my power is fixed. So, at any of those moments, if you actually lost or missed exams, then it would be considered for you to take the exam again. A link would be sent out personally to you. Otherwise, you won't be able to take the exams. Okay, so make sure that you send out a personal text to me. So I'm going to reveal myself on my Telegram. Okay, guys. So I'm writing in the Telegram section for a couple of times, so you can always spot me, as my name is Lidatu Taddasa. Whenever you're having a challenge of internet and power issues, make sure that you just text me. So you just say, I am disconnected. I'm having a power issue. So so that when you come back, you just say, I'm back, my internet is fixed. So in these scenarios, I can always consider that you've missed, whenever, if you have missed exams during the point that you lost connection or power, then this would be reconsidered for you. Otherwise, if you haven't sent a text message, then that's going to be very challenging for us to understand. I understand that the fact that you can say, if you don't have internet, how am I going to text you? At least I'm expecting that your phone could work. Otherwise, there's no way that I can prove that you actually missed it due to challenge. So I expect you to do this because Telegram would work on a very low latency internet also. Okay. Okay, so I can see that a lot of people have filled in the form, but I expect more because um, there are more people who are actually part of this training. So we're remaining with just 5 minutes. So for those of you who've joined a bit later, so what we're doing is we just sent you a baseline survey. So the baseline survey is something that we're going to use to understand where you're standing regarding Python programming, data science, and some of the skills that we require. We're going to do the same at the end of the training so that we can understand how you have updated. And also important for us to improve our trainings. Okay, so go ahead and fill in the form. So additionally, this form would be used as an attendance. Actually, any form that is going to be sent out would be used as an attendance. So make sure that you make sure that you actually fill it. So I know, Ma, you said requests access to edit. So you don't really have to edit. You don't have to request edit access. So you just go ahead and fill the form because I can see a lot of people have already done that. You should be able to do it. You maybe have pressed wrong button requesting for access. Uh, so Nathaniel, our training team, Nathaniel, I hope you can hear me. So can you go ahead and support Inoma? I've profiled him. So Inoma, go ahead and write uh, your comment, your challenge in the Telegram. Okay. Maybe you can also share a screenshot of what's challenging you, so that Nathaniel or any of the assistants can support you. So whenever you have a challenge, which is which you can write it in a Telegram group, that's much more easier to track. Okay, unless it's just much easier to solve. I really suggest using Telegram group for any of your um, questions. So maybe I know if you're still having the challenge, maybe I don't know. I'm just sending out a new link in the group, so you can go ahead and try the link that I'm sending right now. So go ahead and check out the link that I sent, that I personally sent. Remember, so I think our time is up with filling of the form, so you need to complete the next section. I know, did you find the form? Can you give me a thumbs up if you did? Okay, I believe most of you have filled the form, but maybe there are just a few of you who haven't filled. So as we go on through the training, you can um, go ahead and fill in the form. Okay. Okay, so throughout the training, the way that the whole course outline for this training is as follows. So you can uh, always know what's going to come next. So make sure that you participate a lot. Activities, especially in the Telegram group and the YouTube channel, also would be counted. Okay. Um, so the first day, which is today, we just started with the icebreaker, and then we'd have introduction about data science and information technology, which we did, and the baseline survey, which is the first section of the training. So all the days we're going to have four sections. The first section is going to be from 9 a.m. until 10:15 a.m. We are going to use always Ethiopian time, which is East African time, or maybe GMT plus 3. So make sure that you always fix your calendar towards this. I believe it's going to be a bit early in Botswana or maybe a bit late in the US. So the first section in the morning, this is going to be this, and we're going to have 15 minutes break. It's very mandatory that you do have rests. Rests are very mandatory in our training. So we'd have 15 minutes break, and we'd start back at 10:30 and complete 12 for lunch. After this section, we'd have always a lunch break of 1 hour and 30 minutes, and then we're going to join back at 1:30, which we're going to keep on learning until 3:15 p.m. A 15-minute break, and then we join back until 5 p.m. So we'll be sending the schedule in the group so that you can always remind yourself. So the general course outline is as follows. I'm going to just go over it very fastly so that you understand what you're going to learn throughout the training. So after our break, what we're going to do is we're going to learn about programming mentality. That's very important that you need to understand, and a bit of memory concepts. And then we'd set up our Python programming IDE environment, I believe, which you have done mostly for most of you. But if you haven't done, then that's a time for you to do it. We're going to reserve a couple of minutes for this. And then we're going to uh, start with introduction to Python regarding keywords, statements, Python variables, type conversion, which could be two types, implicit and the explicit conversion. And then in the afternoon, we are going to start to learn about the inputs, outputs, and operators in Python. And we're also going to discuss about precedence of Python operators. So we'd follow on data types. Data types in Python, they're the usual ones from other programming language, the number, the Boolean, the string, the data types, but also there are collection data types. So we're going to see the collection data types after our break in the afternoon. I think for the first day, we're going to see lists, but then we're going to follow on discussing the other data types in the afternoon. So today we'd be seeing how we can be able to create list, access list, adding item in a list, changing a list, and different things regarding a list. And so in the second day, we'd follow on learning our lectures regarding tuple, dictionary sets, and every manipulations that we can do to these specific collection data types. And in the morning, we'd also start to discuss about control flows, which we'd warm up with decisions, if else, if else statements. And in the afternoon, we're going to discuss about loops and some of the keywords regarding loops that are very important. We're also going to see nested loops, nested statements, nested decisions, and so forth. And in the afternoon, we start to discuss about functions and what are scopes when it comes to functions. Maybe we would also discuss a bit more about local and global variables. I believe which would be discussing it in the first day. And some of the important things regarding a function, calling a function, creating a function, returning a value, and also we define some function. Also, we'd be seeing a lambda function, recursive function. And if you like to create your own modules regarding Python, then we'd also do that. So keep in mind, every single section is actually connected to an exercise. So make sure that you do the exercises very well. And the third day, we're going to discuss about data science. That's our kickoff. So in the morning, we're going to dedicate our time to data science, data engineering, data analysis, visualization, and so forth. So we'd have a demo project, which I'm going to demonstrate using some of the libraries on data science on a real data and what actually probably it means being a data analyst or data scientist. Um, and so in the third day, we're going to dedicate the time to um, build your project. So this training is, I mean, we really believe in Infnova that um, you actually understand something when you start to apply it. So this is a firm rule that we always follow. So what we're going to do is we are going to put you in groups randomly from all the trainees, and then you start to develop a certain project. So in this project, you can be able to do anything that you like by discussing with your team, brainstorming. And what we're going to do is we're probably going to reduce the project if it's very big in scope and you're not going to achieve it in just a couple of hours that you have for the project development. Maybe if the project is very small, then we're going to make add some features so that it's a bit bigger and more people. I mean, it challenge you more. Um, so we'll be discussing about project maybe towards the end of the day more, and also throughout the training more. So we'd send out a form at the end of probably towards the end of the day, what which you're going to fill, or maybe tomorrow in the morning, um, and then we're going to randomly group you. So we'd have a long hours for your project development, like 3 hours for you to do the project. I understand it's going to be a bit intensive, but then you're going to learn a lot. And every team is going to have one mentor. And in the afternoon, after 2:45 p.m., it would be your project presentation. And finally, you'd have your exams, the final survey, and voila, that would be the end of the training. At this point, I believe you'd be very, very enlightened and feel confident to start to code using Python. So if you have any questions or remarks, you can go ahead and ask in the Telegram and also in the chat section, because it's about time to have our break, 15 minutes break before the next section. It's about to be 10:15. We only have 2 minutes. So make sure that um, you have everything that you need on your desk during your break. You can go ahead and check out, get your coffee, maybe a cup of tea or water, everything that you need. And then we're going to sit until lunchtime. So if you have questions, you can always ask me in the chat section. At this, Shatu, you said the sound is not audible. Um, so I believe there was a connection challenge a bit, but then I came back well. That's what I heard from the team. Um, at this, Shatu, if you can respond. Oh, the programmer said we can hear you. Thank you. Um, can we have a no prior experience? Of course. So this is the question from Mr. Mariam Girma, if I said it correct. So prior experience is not required for this. So one thing that I want you to know is everything that I'm going to teach is actually already available in our YouTube channel, the one that you're now joined and participating in training. So every section is there. So after the training, you can always revisit, start to learn on your own pace after the training, during your night time. You can always revisit the videos so that you can understand more, and even you can go ahead and check the next sections so that you can be able to uh, be a bit ahead so that it would be much clearer for you for the next days. I think Nathaniel said it's all audible. Check your internet connection and raise the volume on your side. Yeah, that's a good tip. So yeah, make sure that your connection is also stable, because from my side, I think it's working perfectly. And raise your speakers, because my voice is a music. I'm just saying. Okay, guys. So we're going to have a 15 minutes break. We're going to be together after 15 minutes. Okay, it's mandatory that you go ahead and take a break. Don't sit down and keep on learning because you get a bit tired. But the 15 minutes is such a relief. Okay, all the assistants, all the main team would be on their break for 15 minutes. So the PDF is not shared. It's okay. Uh, we discuss as we go each topic, so that's the most important thing. Okay, we're going down because it's a Okay, guys. Um, so I hope you had a bit of a good break. So now we're going to keep on learning some of the important mentalities that you need to develop when it comes to programming. So um, one of the important thing is regarding memories. Just some points that you need to understand. So So a memory is something that is inside a computer, which is very much as a boxes that you can see as in the screen. So each location would be used to either store 0 or 1. So the lowest value that can be stored in a computer is known as bit, and 8 of this is equals to byte. So a single byte have a memory structure of something like this. So it does have a memory structure of something like this. So that's one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, and eight. So each would be used to store any of the data that you're going to store. For example, if you're storing three, which is in binary format, is going to be one and one here, and the rest of it is going to be zero. And mostly it depends on what type of BIOS that you have, but the last bit would be used for positive or negative numbers. So we can just say 0 because it's just positive. So this is how memories are clustered to become a byte into a kilobyte, which is 1,000 bytes, and megabytes, which is 1 million bytes, and gigabyte, and terabytes, and so forth. So what you need to know, uh, I mean, we're going to discuss a bit as we go and understand about variables, but then the most important thing at this point is everything inside a memory would be stored as a 0 or a 1. So any code that you've written would be translated into something like this. I would like to ask this question. It's going to be a bit difficult to specifically hit a correct answer. I don't know if there is a correct answer also, but I would like to hear the answer for this question. Who do you think is smart, actually, the human or the computers? You can send it out in the chat section, also in the um, Telegram group. Who do, and I need you to put a reason. Maybe the programmer Khalib did. You've said who they are, but why? Okay, so Ch- Tsuhao Swaro. I'm not sure if I'm saying this correctly, but humans, we instruct the computer what to do. That's correct. I really believe so. Um, Torpedo said if computer is trained on every data on the internet computer. Okay, and maybe the programmer said because human built AI. Yeah, he said human is the builder, so that's the smarter. Uh, Tawanda said, in terms of processing, the human mind is unmatched. I agree. Jonas Kabeda said, the computer are working in minds of the human. That's a very good perspective. So, I, I mean, I really would like to say the humans are the smart ones. Um, of course, computer could be very great at processing. You know, humans we forget, and we couldn't process like millions and billions of data in just one shot. That's not how our brains work. That's why we're using computers to actually analyze a lot of data and so forth. The chat AIs, LLMs that works in the current world that we live in are actually based off these a lot of data. That makes the human much smarter, but the processing power of computers are actually great. Even the computer's structure, if you go ahead and see most of them, then it's actually something that mimics the human. So it's something that comes from a human. So I understand a lot of you are saying. I'd like to read some of them. So Edna Tesfaye said, "Humans are smarter than AI because we understand things naturally." Okay, that's very true. Um, Robasan Solomon said humans are smarter overall because we can think creatively. Yes, feel in the dub. Computers are faster and better at specific tasks, but lack understanding and consciousness. That's very true. That's very true. Um, so I think the most important thing is um, we can join hands. That's the most important thing. So you can use computers for what they're best with, and the humans what they're best with. Okay, so the programming mentality, the very first one is practice makes perfect. This is the very old thing that works in most of skill-based uh, things, any of those, and it's very important when it comes to programming. So if you don't code, then there's no way that you're going to understand. Okay, so you need to be able to code to understand most of the things regarding programming. So throughout the lessons, when I teach something, you listen, and then I give you a time to practice. I give you questions, and also you can code along with me. So this way, you can always be very in a good path for your programming journey. But otherwise, it's going to be very difficult. If you don't code, then there is no way that you're going to know by just listening to different lectures regarding coding and stuff. And sometimes it could be a bit painful because a lot of errors, and it's getting a bit heavy to solve some of the problems. So in this case, that's the pain. I mean, um, embrace the pain. That's how you would understand. Once you fix this issue that's causing the pain, then always you're going to be happy when this error comes because you know how to solve it. And even though you can't enjoy the pain, but then don't fight it because this is the path for everyone taking the programming journey. And always make sure to ask for help. You know, for this training, you're allowed to use AIs responsibly. So you can always ask the questions, and also you can ask the assistants. We have assistants who are already in this training would who would be supporting you. So make sure that you always contact for any of your challenges so that they can help you fix it. And make sure that you have fun because having fun is vital part of any work, and most importantly in programming it's very important. So as we go along, feel free to actually have fun, and there are going to be a lot of fun sections. So um, enjoy the path. And the last one is remember that coding is not the ultimate end. Um, this is something that I see in a lot of people this generation. The I mean, uh, knowing syntax, knowing how to program is not the ultimate goal that you're looking for, but necessarily solving a certain problem is why we require to learn. Okay, so let's say, for example, you're a person who's cutting off the woods in the forest, and you just got the blade that cuts it. Is that the end goal for your, I mean, journey of getting wood? Necessarily the end goal is getting a wood, not getting the blade. But necessarily the blade would be the tool for you to have a wood. So programming is the same thing. So it's a path or a tool for you to ultimately achieve to solve a certain problem. So make sure that you really have this mentality so that it's ultimately meant to solve a certain problem. So as we go along learning, try to think of a problem that you can solve with what you learn, so that at the end of the class you're going to do a certain project, and which you're going to actually actually implement what you've learned and solved a real world problem. Okay, I think we've already done this. So we're now going to proceed into setting up our environment. So for setting up the environment, it's already been sent in the resource groups, in the channel, in the Telegram group, in the resource topic, the softwares that you're going to download. So you can always go ahead and download from there, or maybe if you're requiring to download it from the internet, one of the tools that we can use is PyCharm. You can search it, and in this website, um, there are two versions of PyCharm. Don't download the one that just comes, because this one is a professional one, and it requires some type of subscriptions, and which is not um, something that you're going to do. So if you go a bit downwards, I think there's a community one. Yeah. Oh, we couldn't find it. Um, Maybe you can search your community. Or maybe for you to have it, you can just search on your Google search engine community download, Python community download. And maybe I put my screen. Okay, guys, I think I have been on mute for a couple of seconds. Can you confirm if you can hear me now? Can you give me a thumbs up? Can you hear me now? Okay, you can hear me now. Okay, so what I've been saying is you can download the community version of Python. Don't download the professional version. It's going to ask you to pay something else. So just download the community version. And also, if you're looking for a lightweight install, if your processing power of your machine is a bit low, then go ahead and download Tony. I'm going to send out the links for each of the downloads in the Telegram group. So in the Telegram group, also it's already been downloaded for you. You can find it from here, but don't write in the resource section. This is only reserved for the training assistants and the trainers. And also you can download base code. Which is an environment for different programming language. So you can download it, be it Windows, Mac, or Linux, depending on your operating system. I'm also going to send a link to this. Code Cruncher, for example, you just wrote in the Telegram group, which is under resource topic. Please don't do that. Write your questions in the general section. So if you're familiar with Visual Studio, is it possible after downloading Python? Of course, if you're meaning the compiler. So here are the things to just signify you more. So this is a resource section, this is the general section, and this is the Python and data section. So you can always write in the general and the Python and data science. Mostly it's important for you to focus on the Python and data science because that's a topic dedicated for you. But in the resource, you can only use the links and some things that we send. It's not for you, but the training team. So you can download it from here also. So as all the things that I've said is just a compile, it's just a development environment, but we need a compiler to this. So what we do is we go to python.org, and here you can download the latest version of Python. So maybe you, as you hover over it, there comes download for you. Depending on your operating system, it just selects it for you automatically. So since I'm on Windows, it's saying download for Windows. I can go ahead and download this and then install it. For me, I've just installed it. So you guys go ahead and do that. So for Visual Studio, once you have installed the Python environment, and also the Python compiler, what you need to be able to do is also add a plugin, because this is just an environment and that environment needs to be connected to the compiler. So what you need to do is you go to the extensions tab here, the one that I'm hovering over. So this is extension. You go ahead and search Python. So there's a Python debugger from Microsoft, which is much trusted. You can click on that and you can install. For me, it's just installed, so nothing to improve. Okay, so let's have a couple of minutes for you to set up your environment. If you're having challenge, go to the Telegram group, write your challenge so that people can the assistants could support you. Okay, so for those of you who have completed setting up, can you go ahead and give me a thumbs up if you're done, or write in the chat section saying I have completed setting up? اشتري كلا راس بتاعته عند كلا. Okay, so we're dedicating just a couple of minutes for setting up the environment. I can see that a couple of you have given me a thumbs up regarding setting up the environment. So thank you. Uh, we have him as a thumbs up. Dagumandamu as a thumbs up. Okay, a lot of you have completed setting up the environment. So we are actually muted so that you can be able to set up the environment. The team is supporting you in setting up the environment. Okay, the volume is low. What about now? Did it get any better? Hello, everyone. Volume is low. Okay, I think I got a confirmation that it's better. The volume. Okay. Okay, we had a bit of technical issues. I think you can hear me better now, I believe. Can you? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay. Um, so for my case, I'm going to use Tony. You can use whichever programming language environment that you like. Um, just go ahead and write print. But before that, I would like to show you one thing. If everything is not working, you can go to programming. I will send you an online compiler, and it doesn't really require setting up anything. So mm there's a Python compiler. You can just write whatever you like here. Testing, and you can run this, and it's working perfectly. So I'm going to send you a link to this compiler in the chat section, and also in the Telegram, so that you can be able to use it even though your environment is not working well. Okay, so we're good to go. So keywords, identifiers, statement comments, Python variables, and type conversion are something that we're going to see with the time that we have. So, keywords are reserved words uh, for any of the variables that you define. So, in any programming language, um, uh, a variable is a reserved word, a reservation of memory. For example, if you'd like to go to, I mean, travel to other part of the world or other cities, then you would reserve a hotel, which means that hotel is reserved for you for those specific dates, and no one can go ahead and use those bedrooms. Likewise, uh, when you define a variable, then what it means is you're reserving a certain amount of space depending on what type of variable that you would like to define. In a hotel, also, it's the same thing is true, which means you can reserve a small bedroom, maybe a twin bed or a king size bed or presidential suite, um, depending on what you would like. So if my sound is not working, uh, please write. But I believe it's okay at the point. So these all the things that you see are keywords. So the basic difference between keyword and identifier is keywords are reserved word in Python programming, and you can never use them. It's something that has been named previously. But identifiers are something that you're going to name. For example, I can pick up some of the names from from the group. For example, Eyob said it's working, and Eyob's identifier is Eyob. So that's his handle, which I can call him with. Or maybe Addis Shatu is an identifier for this person. So Identifiers are names that you define for a certain variable, while keywords are reserved word in Python. So at this point, to the best of my knowledge, there are 33 keywords in Python, like if, else, while, def, and so forth, which you can never use them for any of your variable definition. So identifiers, when you use identifiers for any variable, there are certain rules that you need to follow. So you can use small letters or capital letters. You can also use underscores, but you cannot start with a number when naming any variable, but you can start with underscore. So for example, some of the valid identifier could be my var is equals to 10, or underscore name is equals to 20. Name 123 is equals to 30. This is a valid identifier, while end def, which starts with a special character, is invalid, which is going to cause you an error. Okay, so let's go ahead and cut a bit to get to start to warm up. So one of the functions that you can use in Python is um, print. I hope it's visible now. So the print function is used just to print anything to the display. So maybe I can say training just started. If I run this, you can see that it's printed training just started. So we use the print function to literally display what we're looking for. So the way that we write it is we first start off with double opening and closing bracket, and under double quotation, anything that we write is going to be literally printed without changing anything. So this thing that I have written inside is going to be literally printed. But if I'm looking to print a variable, then it's a bit different. We're going to dive into variables a bit later, but now I'm going to just define a certain variable. Then I'm going to say it trainee number. So uh, I don't know how much trainees that we have at the moment. I think I'm seeing I'm seeing 64. So 64 trainees. So the training started with, and because literally printing and printing from a variable is a bit different. So I'm going to say trainee number, which is actually defining to referring to the variable instead of literally printing trainee name. So when I even click on trainee name, you can see that it's been selected here. So this is actually referring to the trainee name. So as I said, it's a reservation of a space, and inside that reservation, we've stored a value of 64. So 64 has been stored inside trainee name, training number. So this means when I call training number, what it's calling is it's calling the value stored inside the training number. So maybe you can go ahead and try this. Uh, Create a certain variable and give it a number, and then write whatever you like, and print also the number. Okay, probably you can say age, and my age is this, height, and my height is this, and something related. Okay, so do this exercise, and say you can send the code snippet in the group, as I can do now. For example, I can just copy this and send it here in the group, or also maybe you can send it in the Telegram. And if it's much easier for you to take a picture with your phone, or maybe a screenshot with your computer, and then you just can send it. Okay, 1 minute for this. So your activities matter for your um, grades later on. So keep on answering. So for those of you who haven't understand the question, I may repeat it. So create a one variable that holds a certain number, maybe age, height, weight, date, anything that you like, year, and then you can print a certain text and also the variable. Okay, I can see that a lot of you have been working on the exercise. So that's great. Let me provide some of you. Caleb Diba, Himu have also done this. Okay, and Samayawit, I think that should be an error. I don't know where you've written this. Uh, uh, Maybe you've connected all the lines in just one line. Maybe that's the case. Yeah, yeah, it works. Works perfectly. Uh, make sure that you write it in a programming environment so that it's you check if it works before you send it out. Bruhanu, you just printed the output. Maybe I also require you to send the code. Great, mission accomplished for this. So let's proceed to the next section. Um, so comments are something very important when it comes to programming. It's a way that we can always document our code because sometimes we forget what we've done. So comment could be just a single line comment or multiple line comment or maybe a doc string. Um, let's see what it means by each of them. So let's say, for example, um, I'm writing, just the code, this code. So this trainee number is a variable that holds the trainee live. So I can comment this variable holds the amount of learners online. So this is a comment and it's not going to run in a compiler. It's just there for you to read it. And probably if you would like to have multiple line of comments, you can also do triple quotations. And inside of the triple quotations, you can write whatever you like. So I can say training started at 9, maybe 9:20ish a.m. It was such a great kick off with Innova Technologies. So this is a multiple line. So if I go ahead and run this code, nothing happens. The only thing that it prints is the same as usual. And also there is a third way of commenting that you can do, which is known as a doc string. So for a doc string, the way that we can use it is when it comes to functions. Of course, we're going to discuss about functions tomorrow, but then just to explain to you this concept, I'm going to define a function. And that function maybe says greet, and it just greets. So this function print hello in French is bonjour. Bonjour. So if I go ahead and call this function greet function, then I have a syntax here. So I need to put a colon here. So this is the second line that's coming from the function. Hello in French is bonjour. So in case I wanted to know about this function and what it does, I can add a doc string to this. So doc string is under triple quotation. So I can write this function is used to greet. Okay. So if you'd like to print out what this function actually does, or the doc string, you can do dot and doc, and then it should be able to show you the doc string. Okay, so don't worry about this code. We're going to discuss a bit more when it comes to function. But the only thing that you need to know is functions. When you define functions, you can also include dog strings as an comment so that you can always refer to what the function does. So I have written a doc string to this function, which I later called it. So it says this function is used to greet. So this is a small function, and you don't need to have a doc string to it. But sometimes there are big functions that you develop, and then it really requires a couple of you know, doc strings. For example, if we try and see the print function, so if I say print dot doc, then we have a lot of description about the the print function, what it does, and some of the steps, strings inserted between the values, and so forth. So you can read to understand more about these functions. So if you are, oh, Tuanda said, I'm moving a bit too fast. So everything that I say, by the way, is actually recorded, and you can find it in the video. And don't worry what I've said about the uh, doc string. Okay, this isn't something that we're going to discuss a lot at this point. I'm just saying this because we're discussing about comments. But the only thing that you need to know is this comment, okay? The hashtag comment, which mostly what we use. You put just a hashtag in front of any comment, and then that's not a code, but instead it's just a statement there for you, for anyone who's reading the code, or for you even to understand what it means. Wanda, am I clear? You can give me a thumbs up. Okay, I believe you heard me, Tuanda. Or am I not saying your name correctly? I don't know. So, yeah, I got a confirmation. Thank you. So, variables, as I've said a bit earlier, is something that we're going to reserve a space, and then we're going to store a value to it. So maybe I use my whiteboard to describe this a bit more in depth. Opening my whiteboard. Okay. So when you define a certain variable, let's say age, and this is the identifier, uh, and if I go ahead and write 26, what it actually does is it's storing age 26, the value 26 number inside of age. So there is certain amount of reservation that's put in the memory when you store a number, or maybe another type of variables. So for Python, it does that automatically. For example, age is an integer data type, but in the previous programming, other programming language mostly, what you do is you say int age is equals to 26. What it means is what you're storing is an integer. You need to define that previously. But in Python, it's so easy that you don't have to. The programming, the Python programming environment is going to actually do that for you. It's going to understand what type of variable you have assigned it. based on the value, the variable that's been assigned, and it's going to reserve a certain amount of space. For example, storing the reservation done for numbers, or a reservation done for, maybe let's say, gender is equals to gender is equals to, let's say, male, then this is a string, and the amount of memory reserved for this is much bigger than just the number 26. So keep in mind that when you do a variable, give a value to a variable, it's actually storing a value inside the reservation. So that's what it means by assigning a value to a variable. You can also be able to assign multiple values. What it means is, for example, name, age, and Alice 30. It's going to save it respectively. For the name, it's Alice. For the age, it's going to be 30. So name, age, and the values are Alice and 30. So the way that the compiler understands is name is going to be, Alice is going to be for the name, and 30 is going to be for the age. And it's going to do this respectively for all the variables that you're going to define. If there are 5 variables and everything, and it's going to be the same, okay? Before we proceed to type conversion, let me do an example, and then you're going to also do an exercise. So all the codes that we write are going to be sent out in a GitHub. I don't know if you can be able to work with GitHub at the moment, but you can always find it there, and also in the videos. So what I'm going to do is create a variable that holds an information about someone else. I'm going to pick randomly from the trainees. So I'm going to pick Edna. So Edna, for all the questions that I'm going to ask you, please respond swiftly. Confirm before I proceed with you. Can you confirm, Edna? Edna? Edna Tasfai. Okay, I may have to proceed with someone else. Maybe Blaine? Blaine, are you there? Okay, the programmer is here. So, name, please tell me your name. I think I just chose the programmer. So the name, should I just say the programmer? Okay, Kadus. Kadus. Can you tell me your weight? How many in kilograms? Kadus, your weight? Oh, 50. I was expecting a bodybuilder. Your height? You're not so far from me. It's okay. What's your height? Edna, you've been too late. We're now with the programmer. 1.73 meters. Okay, so this is one way that you can define all the variables in different lines, but then there is a way that you can also define it in just one single line. So what you can do is name, weight, and height. So you can write all the informations in just one line. Kadus. So that's for the name, comma, 50, comma, and 1.73 meters. Okay, it's the same thing that we've done as the one below. So I'm going to comment the previous one. So to comment, you do a hashtag in front of the code. If you're not using Tony, then you can select everything and do control plus forward slash so that you can comment everything at just one shot. So I'm going to print out my name is name print I weigh weight kilograms, and I am 8 tall. So let's run this. You see that my name is Kadus, I weigh 50 kilograms, and I am 1.73 meters tall. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Why do we put the weight in the? That's a very good question from Caleb Dida. So this is because, of course, we're going to discuss this in detail. For 50, we're not required to do this. It's okay, we can just do this. Because this is a string data type, which means words in just simple English, it's just words. So if it's a word, you need to put it under double quotation or a single quotation. That way the program understands that it's a string. But if it's a number, you don't have to do that. It's really okay. Here also, I just did this to actually make matter. If I write only the numbers, then that's okay. I can add here matter. Caleb, are you clear with this? I hope you understood what I said, Caleb. Hemu, you asked what about Mac? I don't know what the question is. Be very specific, and maybe you can also send it in the Telegram group for more assistance. Okay, so now what you're going to do is create a variable, the following variable that holds your name, your profession, what you like, your like, and dislike. So save all of this in just in variable, and then go ahead and print it. So Hemu, if your question was regarding IDE, any IDE that works for you is okay. PyCharm, VS Code, Tony, anything that works on your computer, you can go ahead and write your Python code. That's perfectly okay. So this is the question. I just sent it in the the chat, and also you can find it in the Telegram group. Um, oh, I see. So what it does in the comment section, it just compiles everything into one thing. Mm, So Edna have done it. Maybe Edna include your profession, likes and dislikes also. So I can see that a lot of people are active in the Telegram section also. Maybe we can go ahead and revise this for 1 minute before we proceed to the next section. So this is someone known as AN, Robson. Robson. Robson have done this. Name Robson. Weight is 48. Programmer, you should be proud. There is someone who is 48 kilos. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, Robson. This is a compliment. If you're this is a compliment, no worries. So the height is 1.53, and so everything I've been written here, that's perfect. It works perfectly. If you are having a challenge as the compiler, you can always go to the programmee's website, as Robson has done it. Great job, Robson. And it's a bit not so visible. Name Rwanda, but I think the code is working. Yeah, it's a bit smaller to read. Someone Alia have done only the weight. Maybe you can add on more of it. And also I have done only the age. Maybe you can add more of it, like the name, height, weight, and also some other things like your likes, your dislikes, and so forth. Okay, let's see one. It's not working. Why? Colin, what's not working? What's not working? You're having an error. Name. Oh, you. Kalkidan, you need to put a quotation at the end. That's one thing that you need to do. Like for the name Kalkidan, you need to put a quotation on the end. And it should work. You got it? Can you give me a thumbs up in Telegram also? It did still not work. Maybe the assistants are going to support you doing this. Okay, I can see that a lot of you have participated. So now let's proceed. So we're going to dive more when it comes to different types of variables, but just for now, I'm going to give you a small introduction about variables, which I did a bit. So when you define variables, variables could be of different types. Like the type of variables could be number. The type of variables in number could be an integer, or maybe it could be a decimal number, which we call it float in programming, floating type of data. Or maybe it could be a string or other data types. For now, these two are enough. So you would like to change between the data types, and maybe you would like to change a number into a string or a string into an integer if it's possible. And sometimes it's not possible to change one to other, but uh, some are possible. For example, you can change an integer into a decimal or a decimal into an integer. This is something that's possible. Also, a number into a string. So if you'd like to make these conversions, that's what we call type conversion, changing one value into the other one. So if you miss out any of the sections, this all recording would be actually posted. I think someone asked me a bit a while ago. So the whole recording would be live at the end of the day. So you can always go back and study what we've been discussing before tomorrow's section. So you sometimes require to do type conversion. So type conversions are actually of two types. The first one is um, implicit conversion, and the other one is explicit conversion. So implicit conversion, what it means is it's actually done by the Python programming compiler by itself, where you don't have to do anything. It tries to pick up the data type that holds a lot of data. For example, let's see this example. X is 10 and Y is 2.5, and it tries to add both of them. And we'd also code this to understand this better. Let me explain it here. So X is 10, I believe, and Y is 2.5. So, so this data type, this is a float data type, float, and this one is an integer. So now these are two data types, and you cannot add two data types. If you go ahead and create a variable which holds the sum of x plus y, then it's not going to add two of the variables because they are different. I mean, can you add an apple with an orange? I think it's two different things and you can't add them. They're two different things. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, different apple and orange are different. Likewise, integer and float are different. And for you to be able to add them, what you need to do is you need to make them the same. So either y needs to be an integer or x needs to be a float. So let's try both of them so that we understand the scenario better. So changing them both into an integer, both into an integer. In this case, sum is equals to 10. Since x is an integer, nothing is going to change. And y is 2.5, which is a float, and it's going to change it into an integer. So when it changes it into an integer, any value after the point is going to be dropped. It's going to be truncated. So it's only going to reserve 2, and the value is going to be 12. But for the case of changing both into a float, the value is going to be as follows. So sum is equals to 10 plus 2.5. I'm sorry. Here, x is 10, which is an integer, but it needs to be changed into a float. It's going to be 10.0 because there is no value after the decimal point. And for y, it's already decimal, so it's going to be as it is. So the addition of both is going to be 12 plus 12.5. Okay, so you see that this is the difference that we have in between them. And Python reserve picks the one or the option that has the most data. This is 12.5, and this has lost 0.5. And it picks up the one that has most data reservation. So it's going to do implicit conversion of float for all the variables when you add them. Okay. Did you understood the concept? If you understood, please give me a thumbs up or a confirmation text. Okay, Tuanda, thank you for the confirmation. So this is what we call implicit conversion. Implicit conversion, which the programming environment does it for you automatically. But when it comes to explicit conversion, it's a way that you're going to do it explicitly the way that you like it. For example, if I would like to reserve it as integer instead of float, then uh, what I can do is as follows. Let me maybe change a color so that we understand this in a different color. So sum equals to integer version of x. Maybe x is an integer. There's nothing that's going to change. And for y, integer version of y. So what happens is x is going to be an integer that's 10, and y is also going to be an integer that's going to be 2.5. And then, I'm sorry, that's going to be 2. And the n is going to be 12. Now, I have forced it to pick up the way that I liked it, which is explicit conversion. This is explicit. And while the previous one here, the one that you see here, is the implicit conversion. Okay, so if you understood explicit conversion, then I believe implicit. If you understood implicit conversion, then explicit conversion is not so hard to understand. Let me do an exercise with this, and then we're going to proceed for you to work on one exercise before lunch. So let's create two numbers. Let's say x, maybe num1 equals to 45 and num2 equals to 67.4. And then we would like to print their sum. So sum equals to num1 plus num2. And then we can print out sum. Let's see what it's going to be. You see that it's 112.4. And if you like to check what type it is, maybe we start to check their type. So inside of print, you can say type to understand what type of value, what type of variable it is. So inside type, I write num1. So when I run this, you see that it's a class of integer. Let's do the same thing for num2. Print type is equals to num2. It's a class of float. Okay, so when we have added both of them, let's see what the value of sum has been. Type sum. So the last value for sum is float. Instead of being integer, it picked up being float. This is implicit conversion, trying to save all the data so that we don't lose the data. But if I do this, as I've said previously, sum equals to integer version of, for num1, it's just an integer. We don't have to do anything. But for num2, we say integer version of num2. Then we print sum. Then it's going to be 112 instead of the point value. It's only going to reserve only the integer part. And if we try and check the type of sum, it's in a class of integer. That's how it is. So I would like, showing you one thing. So sometimes number could also be an integer when you take inputs, like for example, I can say maybe num3 equals to 34. Even though this is a number, but it's stored as a type of integer. I mean string. If we go ahead and print type of num3, then it's going to be an integer. Maybe we also print num itself. So num3 comma, we do this. So we can remove every, maybe I would send you the code, so I'm not removing it. Look now. So 34 is a class of string, even though it's a number. Okay, it's printing, it's a data type of string. So you'd like to change num. So you can say num3 is equals to an integer version of num3. So what we're doing is it first changes, and it's going to replace the previous value of num3 into being an integer value. So I can write print num3. So if I also add the type of it, the type of num3, now it's a string. It's an integer. Okay. This is implicit and explicit conversion. We are going to do one exercise after lunch. So it's lunchtime, and we don't want to take too much of your time because you're having a long hours. But let me ask you guys, do you want to do one exercise before lunch, or you want to go for lunch? If you do one exercise in a couple of minutes, then we're going to add up to the lunch, and you can always have 1 hour and 30 minutes. Do you want to do exercise? If I see 3 people say, let's do exercise, then we're going to do exercise. But if I see 3 people say, I want to have lunch, then you have lunch. Let's do exercise. One more remaining before lunch. Let's do exercise. Okay, in that case, one of the assistants has just reminded me about the attendance. So we're going to send out the attendance. Actually, you also need to do filling the attendance. So you just fill in the name and your email address. One thing that you need to be very, very sure is use the same email address throughout the training. Don't be jungling between different email address, because that means you're going to actually be considered different persons throughout the training, which is going to be very difficult for us to identify you. So make sure that you use the same email address throughout. Maybe for registration, you have used another email, which is okay. But when you come to, after you came to the training, use the same email for all the forms, for all the exercises, and for all the attendance. Okay. So, Nathanael, go ahead and send out the form for registration. I mean, for the attendance. As you fill in the attendance, also I'm going to give you an exercise. Okay, so I was on mute actually. So guys, I'm sorry. Uh Edna said no lunch. I'm sorry, Edna. There are a lot of people who said let's work. So it's mandatory that you work, Edna. I'm sorry. Majority rights, majority rule. I'm sorry, majority rule. So okay, let's do exercise four. While I was on mute, I was saying send. There would be an attendance sent for the morning. Please make sure that you fill in. So when you fill in attendance, when you fill in any of the forms, make sure that you use the same email that you've been using it. It's okay if you have registered for a different using a different email, but later you started working with a different email throughout the training. But make sure that the same email is consistent throughout the training and it doesn't change. And that way we we identify you as one person. But if you keep on flipping emails, then you're a different person, and that's going to affect your grade. Okay, so Nathaniel, please send out the form. So go ahead and fill the form and also do exercise 4 only. The other exercise we can do it after lunch. So exercise 4, that's on type conversion. So take a string with a price of 100.5 and convert it into a float. This one, I'm referring to this one. Okay. Maybe I can send it to you. Oh boy. So there you go. I put it in the comment section and also in the Telegram, the exercise under resources so that you can easily spot it, so that you can do the exercise. So also, Nathaniel, you can send out the attendance form. It's been sent. Okay, they'll send it. Okay, make sure to fill in the attendance before lunch. It's okay. The time that we've learned, we're going to add up to your break. We started a bit late because it's the first day. So send out your answers in the chat section or also in the Telegram group. I've sent the attendance in the Telegram group and also in the chat section so that you can start to fill the attendance from wherever you like. And also keep on doing the exercise and we're going to revise it together. So Wazam has sent out, so prices 100.5 new prices floats of price plus the total price is going to be new price plus 5.5 and print total and its type. That's perfect. So elite the attendance, you said the attendance has been sent out right after your message. Blaine Mohammed, Blaine, um, you just sent out the output. Maybe send us the code also. So Dagmar Ibrahanu, price 100.5, price is equals to float of price, x is equals to 5.5, sum is equals to price plus x, and then it prints. Fabulous. So Sinna, price is equals to 100.5, float of price plus 5.5, and that's correct. Great, guys. Oh, it's not accepting. Why is that? I think it's uh it's accepting, it's just showing the message. Maybe we can fix it. As until then, go ahead and fill it out, and I think it's okay now. I think who just saw Robson, can you confirm me if it works? Someone else was also said the attendance is not working. Can someone confirm if attendance worked? Yeah, it worked. So sh- sh- shop Shabaddin Ahmed, you failed. And also Tabab Abraham. Oh, it's working now. Everyone is filling the form. Make sure to fill in the attendance because it's one thing that's going to be considered for you, and also including other forms. So this is one attendance that you need to fill in. Go ahead and fill in. Okay, thank you, Wazam, for your confirmation. Blaine, thank you for your confirmation. Okay, so it's about time that we are going to go for lunch. Maybe for the case of making a perfect timing, let's have 2 more minutes for some of you to fill in the attendance and also um, answer the question, and then we're going to have 1 hour and 30 minutes break. So make sure that you answer the question in the chat section or maybe in the um, Telegram group. Lunches. Okay, guys, it's 12:15, so I'm going to start the timer. Make sure that you fill in the attendance. We're going to leave it open for 10-15 minutes. Okay, make sure that you fill in the attendance, and we're going to leave this live, so you can just stay here, or maybe you can just come back. Okay, so I'm going to make myself mute, and we'll see you after lunch. Bon appetit. Mm. Hello, guys. So let's start to join the class. Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Let's start to join the class. It's about time that we resume our class. Please call out your friends so that we can start our class. Hello, everyone. Let's all start to join the class. Maybe if you would like to call out your friends also, that's something very possible. We have to use our time very effectively to cover all the sections that we've been saying. So let's join the class. Okay, I can see that a lot of you started joining. So let's just wait for 5 minutes for more people to join in. And until then, what we can do is a bit of an exercise. Uh, can you hear me now? I think I saw I was on mute. Yeah, I was on mute, but I think you should be able to hear me now. Confirm if you do. Can you hear me now? Great. So we proceed to the next sections, but before that, we do the exercise. And before that, let's see what we had for lunch. It's a bit of fun, isn't it? So let's all go ahead and comment what we had for lunch. And this way we'd see if there are new foods that we don't know. For me, I'm just going to post what I had. Okay. So I had bananas and I know I had banana, hemu, hemu you say disconnected because others I think they can hear me. Maybe check your connection. Bethlehem had injera, I know I had banana with bread. Uh, oh, Tagavino. Taube Media had Tagavino. Didn't chat. Sosan had didn't chat. Someone had, Ababa had pasta. Interesting to see. What? Edna said it was cold because of the exercise. What do you mean? Samite had herbs, avocado juice, pizza. Such a combination. If we're all having our lunch together, then that would have been a buffet. I had what? Tuanda said I had palash pop with roast chicken in intestine. Is this local food in Botswana? Tuanda, I'd like to know. Maybe when I come, I understand more. Oh yeah, that's great. Great, everyone. So I think we have done exercise number 4. So let me give you considering 1 minute for each exercises, and then I'd like you to try it first, and then we can do it all together. What do you say? Because if I do it, then oh, Nathaniel, I had python for lunch. Python, it's illegal to eat. You know, it's not eatable. It's one of the poisonous snake, I believe. So I really recommend you eat something eatable. So okay, let's start the class by you guys start to work on the exercises first, and then we're going to do it together. So let you guys first right? So I would be giving you 1 minute for each exercise. We haven't, we have already, you guys have already done exercise number 4. So exercise number 1, number 2, and number 5. So I expect you to do 4 of them. That's 4 minutes, and I'm going to be generous and add you 1 more minute. So in 5 minutes, let's go ahead and do all the 5 exercises. and later on we're going to do it together. Is that good? I expect three people to say good before any comments, then we're good to go. Salamite said good. Berder said good. Mohammed said good. Go ahead. So I'm going to put a timer, but for you to review the questions several times that you like, I'm going to send out a screenshot. Then I'm going to start the timer. Okay. I'm sending it in the Telegram group so that you can go ahead and check it out. Okay. It's all been sent. So I'm going to start the timer. Um, 5 minutes. Start. Okay. So you can send out your answers, and we can always see what you've done. We can comment on that. For those of you who've joined a bit later, so what we're doing right now is We are doing the exercises. Uh, 5 minutes for all the exercises, and we'd see how many of you have responded to the exercise, and then we'd go ahead and comment. So send your answers in the group. I believe you understood what I said. So, Salamite, you said, I wherever you prefer, wherever you prefer, you can send it out. And also the programmer, what happened, what we're doing right now is we're doing exercises. So for exercise number 4, we've done it all together. But then for exercise 1, 2, 3, and 5, we'd be we're doing it now. So 1 minute for each exercise is what we're doing. So we are remaining with only I think 49 seconds, but I didn't see a lot of you respond. So maybe if you want me to add time, then you just say me. We need a bit of a time. So time's up, but I didn't see a lot of you respond. So maybe I'm going to wait a bit for you to actually answer the questions. And maybe we can go one question after the other. So I can see that a lot of you are trying to do question number 1. You can paste it in the group or in the Telegram group, or maybe also in the chat section, okay? So any of the questions that you do, just go ahead and paste it in Telegram group or in a chat section, which is great. So your voice is very low, said Shabad Shahaddin, Shahaddin, I think. Maybe Shahaddin, the team is saying my name, my voice is normal. Um, so can you check on yours, or maybe how is it now? Does it feel okay? Okay, let me go ahead and check your answers. So for the first question, um, it says create a variable named height and assign it a value of 5.9 and print the value of the height. So let me see your responses. Salamawit, exercise 1, height is equals to 5.9, print height. Yeah, that's correct. Def, if, and while. Identify 2 Python keywords. That's question number 2 from list. Def, class, for, if, and while. So def, if, and while. That's correct. Um, the programmer, can you confirm if my voice is actually correct? Good now. So Milky, I've done question number which I think, yeah, it's question number 3. Assign value to two variables, CT Addis Ababa, and a population of 5 million. Print both variables in a single statement. So it did correctly and used string formatting. That's great. Salamon, not correct. Yobel, exercise number 5. Exercise number 5, write a simple Python function that takes a person name and inputs and prints a greeting message such as hello in Nova. Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you, Shahbadin. So I'm going to correct it until after this point. Shahbadin. Um, okay, a lot of you are participating. Let's see some of the answers from the Telegram group. So, question number 1 from AN. So, I don't know which ones are the exercise. So, this is the first exercise, I believe, and this is the sum. I think most of the thing that I see is from previous ones. Maybe I'm going to go to the last exercises. Dagum, exercise number 5. Name Dagum, define greeting, print hello from name. That includes doc string, then print greeting. So this is great that you have done. So one thing to comment here is for Dagam, make sure that your doc string is actually before you start to write any code. So this is the trend that we do, so that the doc strings usually come just after defining the function. Um, Even though the code works, it should. This is the global trend, which makes it much easier to find the doc string. And this is from Wanda. So Wanda, city Addis Ababa, population of 5 million, print city and population. Maybe you can add up the city name is this and have a population of this amount so that it's much more realistic. Otherwise, what you've printed at the bottom is just Addis Ababa 5 million, which doesn't make sense when you try to read it, but the code is correct. Okay, so I think let's do the exercises together. Let's do them together. So the first question is, uh, so let's do them together. So the first one is create a variable named height and assign it a value 5.9, then print it. And that's a lot easy. So height is equals to 5.9, then print height. Voila. So maybe what you can do is height equals to, when we run this, we get height is equals to 5.9. The next question is keyword identifier. So identify two Python keywords from the list, um, from this list, def, define, which is a keyword, class, also, which is a keyword. No, the class, yeah, class is a keyword. Apple is not a keyword, if is a keyword, and while is a keyword. So except Apple, all are keywords. Write a comment explaining why def and if are not a valid identifier for a variable. So this is just writing a comment using a hashtag, saying def is not a keyword, an identifier, because we use it when we define functions. And the third question is multiple assignment. Assign values to two cities, Addis Ababa and population. Maybe for those of you who haven't done multiple assignment, then this question is actually meant to be for multiple assignment. So here is how we can do it. So city population, and then for the city we say Addis Ababa, and for the population we say 5 million. Then print the the city, city has a population of 5 population. So the city Addis Ababa has a population of 5 million. And the last one is using docstring. Write a simple Python function that takes a person name as input and prints a greeting message such as hello from Intnova. Add a docstring to explain what the function does. So this question is as follows. So you define a function. It's okay if you haven't done this. This could be a bit something that we haven't learned, but greet, and then it takes a name. You don't have to worry, honestly. If you don't understand, we're going to come back to this tomorrow. So we write a docstring, writing inside here, this function takes name and greets. This is the docstring. And here, what we're going to do is print. We're going to use Amharic now. Salam and the name. So when we call the function, we're going to say greet and give the name. I'm going to choose someone else, maybe Edna. Edna. Okay, that says Salam Edna. So if you like to see the docstring for these, what you can do is print greet dot doc. Okay, let's run this. So this function takes name and greets. Okay, so I'm going to send all the codes, maybe a bit of a comment to say exercise 1. Let me copy this. Exercise 2. No, this is I think exercise 3, and this is exercise 5. I'm also sending it in a Telegram group. So do you guys have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? If you have questions, I am going to give you 5 minutes to ask any of your questions. can you give us the exercise on PDF? Yeah, we can share this. I think it's already been shared necessarily in the group, and you can also watch the videos in the YouTube channel that you're already watching this lecture. So you can go ahead and check that out. Um, there's all the exercises are there necessarily, yeah, for the programmer. Okay, so I think there is no question that has been mentioned. So it's about time that we're going to take a small quiz. Get ready, and then we're going to take a quiz. So make sure your connection is good. Give me thumbs up. I'm going to look for 5 people to give me a thumbs up. Then a quiz will be sent out. Are we ready for a quiz? Okay, Brother said, okay, that's a one. We have Shabadin. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name. Shabadin. Shabadin. Shabadin said, okay, that's great. Mohammed said, okay, that's three. Voila, we have 5 people. Okay, exam has been would be sent. It's so it's 5 questions, 2 minutes for each exercise. That would be a 10 minute. And uh, Shah Shahbadin. Okay, Shahbad. Okay. So or Ahmed. Ahmed is perfect. Ahmed. So 10 minutes. So get ready. Um, send it. Check in the Telegram section, and also we'll put it in the chat. So make sure that you do it perfectly by yourself. We trust that you do it by yourself. I mean, most importantly, this training is for you to get enlightened. So I don't really expect you to do uh, using AI tools. Just test yourself. So we've sent out the quiz. The quiz is everywhere. So go ahead and start it. The timer has started. Okay, guys, I think you've all done the exercise, so I would like to know your grades. So go ahead and answer, say how much you have scored uh, in this. I can see that Hemo have scored 5 out of 5. Great, Hemo. And Mohammed have scored 3 out of 5. That's also good. Ainoma has scored 4 out of 5. Was on 5. Dagon 5, Khaled 5, Sabe 5, woohoo, yeah. Medless 5, the programmer 3 out of 5, good. Beta 5, good. It's not a difficult question, uh, but necessarily you were tricked maybe in some of the things. You haven't read between the lines. Okay, um, so I think it's about time that we proceed to the next section, which is going to be about input, output, and operators. So we're going to dive into input, output, and Python operators, and we'd see also the precedence of operators in Python. I believe my voice is audible. So until this point, we've always been accepting, showing to the user or printing out what we've done. But sometimes we would like to accept input from the user. And to do this, we always, we always use the input. So input is useful um, to accept value from the user. So output is print, what you've been doing already in the class, but in print is an output, and input is something that you can be able to accept values from the user. So maybe let's start this with exercise. Write a Python program that asks the user the favorite food and print it. Maybe let me do one exercise for you before that, and then you're going to do this. Okay. So maybe at this point we've been actually just giving names to the variable, but if you would like to accept from the user, you would say input under double bracket. You would write what is going to be seen by the user. Maybe I can say, please enter your name. So then print um, name, or maybe hello name. So it says now, please enter your name. So this thing that you see as a prompt is actually because of this line of code here inside double quotation. So my name is, I'm going to use Mesfin. So if I go ahead and run this, it says, hello Mesfin, hello Mesfin, how are you? So uh, this is a way that we can always accept input from the user. So go ahead and try out this question. Um, Write a Python uh, program that asks for the user's favorite food and print it. So what's your favorite food? You just say that, and then you respond, um, your favorite food is blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is a 1 minute challenge. Go ahead and try this. As usual, send out your answers in the Telegram group and also in the chat section. Okay. Salamawit said favorite food, input what's your favorite food, print your favorite food is favorite food. Great. Wazam favorite is equals to input into your favorite food, print favorite food. Great. Um, that's torpedo and said favorite food is equals to input into your favorite food, print F, your favorite food is favorite food. So we learn about string formatting, but good job, torpedo. Let's see some from the Telegram group. Um, I think maybe this food inputs. What's your favorite food? Print your favorite food is food, and that's correct. You love good food. How good? By the way, I am one of the endemic Ethiopians who's not interested in eating good food. You know, it's so funny. For those of you who are not Ethiopian, uh, it's one of the iconic food. Great guys. Okay, so let me just do this, and I'm going to send you one more exercise. So this question is food or maybe favorite food. So one thing to consider when using variables is always to keep in mind that your variable naming should be aligned with what it actually holds. So it's better to say favorite food instead of just food. And so I say input, um, what is your favorite food? And then I print out your favorite food is favorite food. I'm going to have to delete this one. What's your favorite food? For me, what's my favorite food? I'm going to say gomen katfu. It's a different thing than the katfu, the usual katfu. It's a chopped green one. I don't know what the name is. If anyone knows, it's a cabbage, but it's not a cabbage, typical cabbage. So your favorite food is your favorite food is gomen katfu. Voila. So now another exercise that I'd be looking for you to do is accept two numbers from a user, accept two numbers from a user, and then print out their sum. Okay, uh, accept. So I have written the exercise in the Telegram group. In the chat section also, I'd be writing it in the Telegram group. So accept two numbers from a user. I believe the question is clear. Once you do it, go ahead and send it out in the Telegram or in the chat section, whichever you prefer. So I have sent out the question. Go ahead and try the question and send me the answers in the chat section, also in the Telegram group. So Edna, you've been asking, are they float or integer? Accept integer values. If you'd like to do with floats also, that's something perfectly possible. Yeah. Okay, so let's see some of the responses. Um, Also, I would like to see the output. So here, this is from Rati. Rati said num1 and it took a number, num2 and it took a number and it added it. And lastly, the sum is 56. It's supposed to be 11. So maybe can someone say, because I saw a correct answer is like Khaled. I've done it correctly. I think from the it's also Hemu, also Nabiyu. I've done it correctly. Also Mr. Mariam, Mr. Mariam. Okay, Mr. Mariam. Twanda, you said you're moving fast. I don't know, but you can always go back and watch the video, the section. Also, you can check out each lecture has been already pre-recorded, so you can check it out from the YouTube channel, right? Does that work for you, Twanda? Also, this whole section would be sent out, so no worries. Okay, so the thing is, let's do it together. When you accept input from the user for num1 equals to, if I just accept, like let's say um, enter num1 and num2 equals to input, enter num2 and sum equals to num1 plus num2, and then we go ahead and print out num1 plus num2. Let's run this and see what happens. So enter num1, that's 2, num3, num2 is 2, and the result is 23. Actually, you know why this happens is because each of the values are uh, strings, not integers. Because any value that you take as an input from the user is always a string. So you can always debug or try to find where the error is by just using print statement. For example, I can say print type of num1 and print type of num2. So this way you can be able to understand what the problem is. So I say 2, that is the first number, 3 for the second number. It says that it's a class of string. Str means string, it's a shorthand for string, and num2 is also a string, that's why. So it's actually concatenating them together. Concatenating means just bringing them together as if it was words. Like if the A and B are brought together, that's going to be AB. Likewise, it's just bringing them together instead of adding them. That's because they are string. So you need to be able to change them into an integer. To do this, what you can do is num1 equals to integer version of num1. And also you can say num2 equals to integer version of num2. But you can do it in a very compressed way by just adding int in front of this and adding everything inside a bracket. Like for example, for num2, I can remove this. I can say int, and then I can add this at the end. So this way, if I run this for num1, let's say I'm giving it 2, or num2, 3, and then it just added it correctly. And it went out to be a class of integer for both of them. Voila. So are we clear on this? Are we clear on this? Can you confirm me if you understood? Can you confirm me if you understood? Okay. Maybe you said yes. So said yes. Great. Great. She. Now let us proceed to the next section. So operators. So uh, operator is something that is uh, found in Python, and it's located between operands. What I mean by this is, for example, we've been saying, um, let me change the color to black. So we've been saying sum is equals to num1 plus num2. So these two are known as the operand, and this one at the center, the addition sign, is known as the operator. So what we're going to discuss now is about different operators and what they really actually mean in Python. So there are a couple of classes of operator. The first one is arithmetic operator. So for arithmetic operator, the addition operator is exactly the same as the mathematical addition. That's 5 plus 2, that's 7. The subtraction is also the same thing. It's exactly the same as the mathematical subtraction. That's 5 minus 2, that's 3. And multiplication is also the same thing. 5 times 2, that's 10. So for multiplication, we use the asterisk signs. I think mostly it's found in number 8 of your number 8 of your keyboard. You can just shift or function and find a way to use the asterisk. The forward division, if it's only one sign, keep in mind this is only one sign, one forward slash. That's a division, which means perfectly dividing the number. But if it's a double forward slash, then it's going to be a floor division. And lastly, modulus, that holds the remainder, and this is the exponent. If you do double asterisk, that is 5 double asterisk 2, that's 5 raised to 2. That means 5 times 5, and that's going to be 25. But for these three, let me explain it a bit. So, so the first one is the floor division. I mean the normal division. The second one is the floor division, and the last one is the modulus operator. So 5 divided by 5, this is by 2. Mathematically, what it means is it's actually 2.5. But 5 modulus 5, what it actually means is if we try to keep the remainder and the quotient, dividing 5 into 2, we have a quotient, let's say it q, and we have a remainder. Okay. Um, so the quotient is when we divide 5 by 2, we have two equal parts and there is one remainder. So the quotient is 2 and the remainder is 1. So um, for this floor division, it only holds the quotient. So it's going to be 2. And if we do 5 floor 2, then that's only the quotient. And 5 modulus 2, it's only going to hold the remainder. Okay. I would like to understand if you actually understood this question. So I'm going to give you, so I want you to do 18 divided, maybe let me get up more space. Okay, so I want you to do 18 divided by 2. This should be like this, divided by 2, 18 floor division 2, and 18 modulus 2. Maybe I think I'm going to change this. Hold on. Hold on. So maybe 3. Okay, send out your answers in the Telegram group. Maybe you can say division is equals to the result, floor division is equals to the results, and modulus is equals to whatever the result is. You can always answer in the Telegram section. Also, you can do it in the chat. So if you want to, Mohammed, can you please send also explaining saying division, because what you sent is 660 and I don't know which is for which. So yeah, do that. So Sabe saying 18 divided by 3, that's 6. That's correct. 18 for division, that's 6 also. And what about the modulus? What's the result of the modulus? Respectively. I understand now. So for Muhammad, that's correct. Okay. Uh, okay. Sabe, that's correct. Great, guys. Eshi. Now let's proceed to learning the lesson. So the exponent is it's pretty much straightforward. Double asterisk, and that's the power. Write a program that asks for two numbers and prints their quotient and remainder. So I'm going to give you perfect 1 minute for this. 1 minute. Okay, so let's do it together. Uh, so accept a number num1 equals 2 so that we keep all the values. I'm going to use float inputs. Uh, Please enter number for num2 equals to float input. Please enter the second number. And then what we're going to do is the quotient and the remainder. So print, um, I'm going to say just q for the quotient is equals to num1 floor division num2. And for the remainder, I'm going to say r num1 modulus num2. Please enter a number. So that let's say the first number is 7. The second number is 2. So the quotient is 3 and the remainder is 1. Yep. Okay, let's proceed to the next section. That's an assignment operator. So assignment operators are a way that you can assign values to your variables. So for example, x is equals to 5 is an assignment operator. Keep in mind that the mathematical equality is quite different from the programming equality, generally also in other programming languages, okay? Be aware of this. So if you say like x is equals to 10 in programming and x is equals to 10 in mathematics, it's different. What actually differs is here, look, what it does is it's going to put the value 10 inside of the reserved memory in X. While in mathematics, it's trying to compare the value of X to the value of 10 in the left and in the right side. For example, if X was 5, it would be like 5 is equals to 10, which is false, right? So it's going to, it's probably that we say 5 does not equals to 10. So the assignment operator that you need to keep in mind is it's actually storing the value to the right inside of the value to the left. That's how it is in programming, but this is how it is in maths. This is maths. Okay, so if you want to compare, then we're going to see it later on. The other is assignment operators. The other assignment operators that you need to check are that we need to see are plus equals, minus equals, and so forth. Maybe let me show you one of it in detail, and the others would be very easy. So x plus equals to 10. What it means is x is equals to x plus 10. It's exactly the same as this one. So these two are equal and equivalent, you know. So the this is just a shorthand representation, but the later one is expanded one. So what it does actually is it adds the value 10 on the previous value of x, and it's going to store it in the exact location that x used to be in the memory. Okay, so if I say x minus equals to um, 10, then what it means is x uh, is equals to x minus 10. Okay, So it's going to subtract 10 from x, and it's going to store it back to x. Yeah. So considering this, you can start to understand everything that follows. For example, here it's times equals, which means x is equals to x times 4. And if you say division, the same way, x divided by 2 is equals to x. For division, all of the arithmetic operators does apply for this. You can always refer to the details of this from the video in the YouTube channel. The other one is a comparison operator. Now, you see the equality sign in mathematics is actually equivalent to these comparison equality sign. So previously I've said in maths, this equality sign compares the value on the left to the value on the right. So in programming, the way that you can do this is x double equality 10. At this point, it's not actually putting the value 10 inside of the memory reservation in x, but instead what it's trying to do is it's trying to compare the value of x with the value on the right. Okay, so it's trying to compare those two. This is whenever you want to do this, then you use double equality sign. If you would like to check not equals to, then what you do is x not equals to 10. Okay, this way you can be able to check if the numbers are equal or not equal. The same applies for all other comparison. So greater than sign is also something that you can check, less than sign. So this is exactly as it is in mathematics. So this is greater than or equals to, this is less than or equals to. So you can always identify less than from the greater than sign because the less than sign looks like an L, resembles an L at least. So logical operators are operators that compares the value in in a logical format. So there are AND operator, OR operator, and NOT operator. So AND operator is always true when both of the values from the left, both of the values are actually true. Let's have a scenario. Okay, so let's say you wanted to go to the cinema. There are two requirements for you to go to the cinema. A is um, there is maybe you need to have money. That's one requirement. And B, maybe you're going on foot, so it needs the weather to be sunny. Let's put these two requirements for you to go to the cinema. So let's say A and B. Let's put our output C, and let's put all the conditions, all possible conditions, 0, 1, 0, 1. So A is 0 and B 0. That means you don't have a money and it's not sunny. Then you can't go to the cinema. Um, A is 0, which is you don't have money, but then it's sunny. Even though it's sunny, since you don't have money, you can't go to the cinema. You do have money, but it's not sunny, which is rainy or very difficult for you to walk. So it's still going to be the fact that you're not going to the cinema. But if you have money and you do have, if you do have, if the weather is sunny, then that's the only way that you're going to the cinema. Which means end is a logic where you look for when all the inputs are actually true, it's going to be true. This is the end logic. For the OR logic, it's let's say A is equals to let's consider a hybrid car. And for that hybrid car, A is the battery and B is the fuel. So let's put in all the possible conditions, the output. So you don't have a battery and you don't have a fuel, and then that's going to be zero because you cannot drive the car. But in this case, the second one, you do not have battery, but you do have a fuel. So for a hybrid car, if you either have a battery or a fuel, you can be able to drive the car. So since you have a fuel but not the battery, you can drive the car. And you now have the battery, but the fuel, there is no fuel in the tank, so you can still drive the car. You do not, you do have battery and a fuel, and that's true, you can drive the car. So for OR gates, if any of the inputs are actually true, then it's going to be true. Okay. The last one is the NOT gate, or the NOT logic. The NOT logic is pretty much straightforward. So whatever was 0 is going to be 1. Whatever was 1 is going to be 0. So necessarily whatever was true is going to be false, and whatever was false is going to be true. Let me see if you guys have any questions on this. Um, and then we would have our 15 minutes break. We do the challenge maybe after the break. Do you have any questions? Did you understood? If you understood, maybe you can give me a thumbs up. So Edna, you said, can you give us the PDF in the group or the chat? Maybe, the video is more important that you can read everything, because necessarily there's a lot of resources out there in the internet. You can just read whatever you like from there. So some websites that I'm going to actually tip you regarding Python are the following. The first one is programmist.com. If you would like to read more, it's a good website, especially if you're starting your journey with Python. Then it's a perfect way that you can start your. So Um, let's go for our break, 15 minutes break, and then we're going to get back to our lectures. Okay, 15 minutes. All right, timer has started. Go ahead and have a cup of coffee, have your water, refill your energy, and then we can start back again. guys. Sorry, we had a bit of a technical challenge. Okay, so I think we've stopped here. Logical operators. Okay, this is a 1 minute challenge, but just we can do it here. It's doing it logic by, I mean, bracket by bracket. So 10 greater than 5, which is true, isn't it? And we have or, and then we have 2 greater than 8, which is well, which is false. So true or false. That's going to be true because one of the statement is true, and it's going to be true. So membership operators are operators that check if a certain value is available from a list of values. So for example, in considering a string is a collection of characters. So let me actually describe what I mean by this. For example, in Apple, so this is Apple. So now Apple is actually a collection of different characters that are together. So this is a one character, another, 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 and another character. So if I say a in Apple, so it's going to look for the value a, which is true. It's going to send out true. This is known as the membership operator. If we say not in, then it's going to see if it doesn't exist in that member. So in a in Apple is going to be true, but x not in Apple is going to be also true. So operator precedence is something that you need to be very aware when it comes to working with operators. Like for example, in mathematics, there is a BODMAS, which is bracket of division. Maybe let me write that. So in math, we have BODMAS, right? So this is bracket of division, multiplication, and sum. So, BODMAS, addition and subtraction. So it always gives priority to brackets. So if I say 1 plus 2 divided by 5, it starts the operation from here in mathematics, the addition of these two inside the bracket. Likewise, in programming, we have these precedence. For example, parentheses or brackets are the most, the biggest precedent. They have the biggest precedence or priority, and then exponentation, then unary operators, which you don't know at this point, but you don't need to. We'll discuss it if we find it important. Multiplication, division, modulus, floor division, these all are in the same range of precedence, which means if you have an operation that does this, then it's going to consider them equally, and it doesn't really matter. Subtraction and addition have the same level of operation. Bitwise operator, so I think we haven't seen that. I'll come back to this. I'll come back to the bitwise operators. So bitwise operators, bitwise AND, bitwise XOR, then bitwise OR, comparison operators, double equality, less than, greater than, all the ones that we saw, then logical NOT, logical AND, logical OR, and finally assignment operator. So assignment operator is the operator that has the least precedence. So I really suggest that you know this, but the best way that we use is, it's hard to memorize everything here, but then what we usually do is you just put it in brackets, okay? So whatever you want to have operator precedence, then you give it parenthesis. So because parenthesis is the highest level of precedence, it's going to be much easier for you to not get a wrong number or a wrong result. So bitwise operation is something very easy. There are two. One is bitwise AND, the other one is bitwise OR. So it wouldn't be that important if you're not working with zeros and ones, but if in any case then you do, then we can check this. So the example is using 5 and 3. So the example is actually using 5 and 3. So let's say A is equals to, in how many digits is it representing? It's 4 bytes, 4 bits. So A is equals to 5 and B is equals to 3. And then, so this in binary number is going to be 0, 1, 0, 1. And 3 is going to be 0, 0, 1, 1. So as a bitwise operation, if we do A and B, so this is the bitwise AND operation. So what it means is it's going to check each of the operators respectively. So it does 1 and 1, that's going to be 1, and 1 and 0, that's going to be 0, 0 and 1, that's going to be also 0, 0 and 0, that's 0. So necessarily A and B bitwise operation is going to be 0, 0, 0, 1. And also there is bitwise OR. So let's say 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. So in this case, it tries to check if the last numbers, the numbers, I mean, generally the numbers using OR. So 1 or 1, that's going to be 1, 1 or 0, that's also 1, 0 or 1, that's also a 1, and 0 or 0 is a 0. So this is going to be the result when it comes to bitwise OR, okay? So this is operator precedence. Let's go ahead and try these questions. This is 4 questions. Go ahead and try them, then we're going to do it together. But before that, if you have questions, you can always ask, okay? Do you have questions? So go ahead and do all the questions. I think some of you have asked how do we translate ordinary numbers into binary numbers? I'd come back to answer these questions along with the main questions. So Dagam, Mandamo, I just saw your question. Uh, I'll come back to that. But now, for now, go ahead and try the 4 questions. Okay, let's do the questions together. I can see that most of you have tried to work it. So the first question is write a program that asks for the users name and prints hello name. I think we've done this several times, so it won't be that difficult. The second one is arithmetic operator, which is ask for two numbers and print their sum, product, quotient, and remainder. So let's go ahead and do this. Num1 is equals to float. To address the maximum possible numbers, we use floats. Enter number 1, num2, float, input, enter number 2, then sum. Maybe we just can print it sum, or just sum comma num1 plus num2. Difference num1 minus num2, and I think quotient, or never the difference, sum, product, quotient, and remainder. Product is equals to num1 times num2 quotient num1 divided by the floor division by num2, and remainder num1 modulus num2. So enter the first number 10, the second number 2. So the sum is 12, difference is 8, product is 20, quotient is 5, remainder is 0. Okay. Now let's proceed to the next section, which would be the last section for today. But before that, let's have an attendance. So Nathaniel or Brooke or Dagam, can you send out the attendance so that they can assign their attendance for the afternoon? Can you confirm me? Nathaniel or Brooke, one of you. Send out the attendance. By the way, one thing that I haven't mentioned is all the assistants and the training providing me, also generally the team for the training, have a logo of their Impnova in the Telegram group so that you can easily identify them to ask any questions, okay? The attendance being sent. So we haven't done actually two of the questions. I'm sorry, but we can do it together now. Comparison and logical operator. Check if 25 is greater than 10 and 5 is less than 2. So let me send out this in the Telegram group so that you can refer to it. So print 25 is less than 25 is greater than 10 and 5 is less than 2. Greater than 10 and 5 is less than 2. So you can see that this is true and this is false. So it's when we connect it with and, then it's going to be false. Okay, so this is the result, false. And the second question is, the last question is, the last question is, if n, check if n is in Infinova. So what we do is print n in Infinova. So this n is a small one, but there is no small n inside of Infinova here, so it's actually going to be false. Okay, you can see the last result is actually false. Probably it had it been a capital N, then it's going to be true because you can find it. Okay, it's not true. So an attendance has been sent for the afternoon. Please go ahead and fill in the attendance from the Telegram group or also from the chat section which I've sent. You can go ahead and click there also. I don't know if you can click from the chat section, but you can click from the, you can do it from the Telegram, okay? Let's have you fill it. Okay, I think it's clickable. Mati said it's clickable. Maybe it's posted from StreamYard. I cannot click it, but I think you can click it from YouTube side. Good, good. So fill in the attendance. And then we shall proceed to the next section, which is going to be lesson 4. Okay, so we just lost a connection for just a bit. I think it was okay because you guys were feeling in attendance, isn't it? It's a bit rainy around the place that we are, so connection started fluctuating so bad. Okay, now let's proceed into learning data types. So there are uh, numerical data types, we have Boolean data types, and we have string data types as a major cluster. And then we're going to discuss about string formatting, concatenating a string, slicing a string methods, and some of the skip characters. So um, numerical data types are data types that are numerical, number. So it could be an integer. So maybe here actually it should be integer. Um, so um, integer numbers, floating point numbers, which is a decimal number, like there is a value after the point. It could be negative 0.99 or positive 3.14 and everything. Um, so you can see from the example below that this is an integer data type, this is a float data type, and this is a complex number data type. So whenever you want to use complex data type, it's going to be 3 plus 4j. You need to add j at the end so that you can also access them independently, like the real part and also the imaginary part. Okay. The other data type is a Boolean data type. So a Boolean data type is actually a data type which does have only two values, either true or false. So or 0 or 1. So they're often used for decision making for example, is it sunny? True. Then it means it's actually sunny. Is it raining? False. That actually says false. So I think I just remember Dagam has asked how can we actually change it binary number into a number into binary. So I just remembered. So Dagam, I think you're listening. So let's say we have a number and then we want to change it into binary. So we use bin. Technically, what it means is binary. It's just a shorthand representation. So binary of 3, if I say, and try to see what number is holding at the moment. Then we run the code. You see that this is to mean it's binary, and then this is 1 1. So 1 1 in binary is actually uh, 3 in base 10 number. So I leave the mathematics of converting decimal numbers into binary. Maybe we can check a different number, like a bigger number. Maybe I can give it 64 or maybe 68. And then you can see that it's 0 0 0 1 0 0. Actually 1 0 0 0 1 0 0. You got that diagram right? For the complex number, yes, it does have to have a j value. Otherwise, it's going to be not correct. I mean, it's not going to be a complex number. Strings. So for strings, you always have to put a double quotation inside of your variable definition. I mean, outside of what you're actually defining, so that it always represents an a string. So let's say, look here, hello Python. It's under double quotes. It means that Python, this is a string. Hello Python is a string. So you can print a message and you can always check the type of it, which we've been doing a bit earlier. So one thing to keep in mind is for Python, both are the same things. But keep in mind, in other programming language, it could be a bit different. But in Python, if you either use single quotation or double quotation, they're both a string. And in other programming language, look, let's say H independently, it's just a character. And if you have more than one character, like HE, H hello, or anything, more than one alphabet, that's a string. But in Python, whether it's a single character or many characters together, then it's always a string. So let's go ahead and see some of the string data types. Uh, I mean methods regarding string data types. The first one is formatting a string. I saw some of you have been using this previously. I just waited until I explain this to the other ones. Um, so the programmer you said OB does not change, yeah. But is signifying that it's trying to answer this question. So let's go ahead and see the following um, string slicing, string concatenating, and string formatting. So what it means by string formatting is, let's say we have a number, or probably previously we've been printing out names. So I'm going to use Dagen for now. Um, and let's go ahead and print the below, comma, perfect. Can you see my screen? Please confirm. The phone screen. Okay. So this prints out, hello Dagum, how's the training today? Yeah, my voice is a bit lagging. I understand. This is due to the connection. Um, uh, I hope it gets better. So, hello, Dagum, how is the training today? It just prints out this. But there's a very simple way to do this. So what I can do is just the same thing, but we add F in front of in the very beginning and then double quotation. And whatever we want to write, we write it here. So uh, for whatever we want it to be literally printed, we just write as it is. And for what we want to be printed as a variable, we do under curly bracket, and we write the rest. How is the training today? So you can see that both are the same thing, but the second one is much easier, that you don't have to put a quotation every time that you end a string and refer to a variable. Okay. I believe this is clear. Is this clear? So I would like you to use string formatting for the next exercises a lot. So concatenating a string is just bringing in two strings together. Let's say name is equals to, we're going to again use someone else. I'm going to use Morati Mulalu. I think you were from Botswana, right? If I remember from morning. You were very active today. I can see you answering a lot of questions and stuff. So Mulalu, Morati Mulalu. Maybe I'm going to only write Morati as, maybe, I don't know if it's the first name or not, but I believe so. And the last name, I think, is, yeah, that's correct, from Botswana. Um, Mulalu is the last name, I believe. If I'm wrong, let me know. So if I go ahead and connect as full name is equals to first name plus last name, which is not necessarily trying to add up the two things because you cannot add them together. But what we're trying to do is we are actually concatenating them. If we go ahead and try and see printing the full name, then you can see that it's Morati Mulalu. But necessarily there is no space in between. Oh, I got it correct. Morati responded. So if I would like to have a space in between, then what I can do is I do double quotation and just a space. So a space is also one string character. So if I go ahead and run this, now you can see that I have a space in between Morati and Mulal. And the last one is we saw string formatting, concatenation, slicing a string. So slicing a string is the way that you can refer to a specific part of a string. So what makes a string different from other data types is the fact that you can refer to each of the strings independently. For example, if I say hello and each of the values have a point, I mean index. So 0 for H, okay, and for E it's going to be 1, for L it's going to be 2, for the next L it's going to be 3, for the next one 4, and if we have more values then it keeps on going like that. So you can be able to, for example, if this was greet, if I go ahead and mention greet from 0 to 3, what it means is it's going to select 0, 1, 2, and 2. It doesn't select the last value. It doesn't include that, which means it's going to be hell. Hell. I never meant hell, but HEL. Okay, guys? We're not mentioning hell here. It just happened. So, uh, so maybe programming is much better. So I'm going to use programming for the rest of uh, the one. So the other way is, look, you can use negative values. Negative values, it starts counting from the last value. So the last value is going to be -1, and which is G here, and the next -2 is N, -3 is I. So what it's trying to do is it starts with the -3 and until the end of everything. So for example, let's actually write it here so that we can understand it more. Let's say programming Um, so we're trying to select from -3 until the end. So if it's until the end, you don't need to specify anything at the end. So what it means is -3 is a value starting -1 at the end, and then you go back. So this is -1, this is -2, and this is -3, which is I and G. So it starts with I and G. Maybe if you'd like to select everything, then the way that you can do is you just put double quotation. You don't give any value in the front and the end. What it means is it's going to go starting from the beginning to end. So the way that you can understand it is if these two dots are there and there's no value here, what it means is starting from this, go on everywhere. But if it's like this, you go on everywhere towards the left and towards the right. But if this is the case, then it's only going to select a specific value. We can go ahead and actually try out this code. So word is equals to programming. So if I go ahead and print a value starting from 3 towards the end, what it's going to consider is 0, 1, 2, 3. It's going to start with G and it goes until the end. But necessarily the way that I wrote it is incorrect. So I need to do this inside the print statement. I call out word and it starts with 3 and until the end. Let's go ahead and run this. Gramming is going to be what's being sent. But if I do negative to this, it's going to be completely different because it starts counting from the back. Okay? You see that it's gramming, but when you start to count from the last, then it's going to be ing or ing. So there are a lot of string methods that we have exercise next. I was about to give you exercise, but let me see if the exercise is related to this. Okay, so maybe I'm going to show you one of the methods and then I'm going to give you exercise, then we can come back and learn. So the replace method in Python is used to if you would like to replace a certain value. For example, let's create some variable that's known as feedback, and today's training was good. And then if you go ahead and print feedback, you see that today's training was good. But what we can do if we'd like to replace this is print feedback dot replace, and we give what we want to replace with first good, and the last one we can make it great. The training is great, isn't it? Because you guys are so active and it was so interactive. So you can see that it's been changed. Okay, today's training was great because the feedback was actually replaced with this. So I'm going to send out this code so that you can always refer for the exercise. So there you go. I send it in the Telegram group, all the topics which you can find it, but you can swiftly relocate it using the resource section. Okay, so do you have questions? If you have questions, let me give you just a couple of minutes to address your questions. Unless otherwise, then we are going to proceed to the exercise. and come back to discuss some of the other methods. Mohammed, we're going to learn escape characters a bit later. Yeah. If you have questions regarding what we've been learning, then uh, we can proceed to the questions. Okay. I'm going to give you 3 minutes considering the connection logging and everything for this exercise. Let's go ahead and do this. And yeah, so this is the question. Let me put in a timer. Maybe okay, 4 minutes. I want a lot of you to actually do this question. In case if you'd like to have it in your chat, I'm going to screenshot this and send it out. I believe you have filled in all the attendance because we're going to close it. Am I audible? I think I am audible. Okay. So Python is awesome, and the way that we're, yes, but your voice is a little too be better, but Hello, guys. I just came in with another device, so I think connection is getting very difficult to keep on going. So, um, as quiz will be sent out to you in a Telegram group, also in the chat section. So there is only one thing that is remaining for you to learn. Maybe I just show you that, and that should be the end of the day. There are two forms that are going to be sent out. One is the grouping form, which is going to be used for you to be grouped tomorrow on your specific groups. Okay, so let me teach you the last concept. And so today's section is about to end. So let's just focus on the quiz. You go ahead and do the quiz. And also fill out the form. This form is something that we're going to use to group you into groups, which you are going to later do your projects accordingly. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and do the quiz. The quiz has been sent in the chat section. And Nati, can you copy it from the YouTube and also share it in the Telegram group? So we'll be giving you a couple of minutes because of the connection challenge, and then we're going to close the form a bit later after 20 minutes. So it's just 7 questions, very easy. Go ahead and do this. So the question has been sent for Mellis. The attendance has already been, closed. So there is specific times that we open and close the attendance. Just now focus on doing the exercise. I mean the exam. Okay. So we're going to close the exams after just 15 minutes. You've been working on it for 5 minutes. Tuanda, what's not working? Can you be a bit specific? Oh, it's working now. Okay, go ahead and do your quizzes. It's been sent in the Telegram group. So as you do the questions, what I would like to notify you is we're going to send out a form where you're going to be grouped into groups, and and later which you're going to do project. So a group would be sent after 15 minutes after we close the section. Make sure that you register, okay? So for these questions, it's a bit, a bit tricky. So make sure to read between the lines and check twice before you answer. Mohammed, you can find the form from the Telegram group. Unless we'll see your activity, and if you've been here the whole day, then that's okay. But we've already mentioned that whenever when you lose connection, make sure to send us a notification through the Telegram group, specifically personally to me. But if you've been here the whole day, then we'll consider. We'll check. No worries. That's Melis. Mohammed, I think you can find it in the Telegram group. I don't know why it's challenging for you to find it. So I'm going to just put it in the chat also right now so that you can find it. Okay, you got it. Good. Mr. Amariam, you said number 4 is a bit tricky. Yeah, I just gave you a sign. Okay, for those of you who've completed the exam, I don't want you hanging here. Let's debrief the day. We've been learning a lot today. You guys were very active. Take a good night rest. Maybe revise some of the concepts that we've been learning. You can always go to the YouTube channel and then look for everything that I've been teaching. there. Also, this video would be posted if you would like to revisit what we've been doing. So uh, also, we would appreciate it if you go ahead and like and subscribe to this YouTube channel, as we'll be doing a lot of these. Yeah, so go ahead and share us your emoji. How was your day? And also, you can add some text. How did you find the training? Go ahead and say, okay? This would be the last section before tomorrow. So thank you, UL. UL said it was really incredible. I'm excited to be here. We're very happy to have you. I believe you've learned a lot. Um, Mohammed, you said it was awesome. Thank you. Uh, Mr. Amariam, you said I like it. It was really interactive. Thank you. We'd like it to be interactive because we're trying to build data science community in Ethiopia and also in Africa. So yeah, how we said bye, you all. Bye. See you tomorrow. Um, uh, I couldn't really say the name, but I am showing it in the streaming. So the session was steaming hot. Thanks. Meet again tomorrow. Okay, thank you, and see you tomorrow. It was good. Say Dagam. Loved all the exercise. See you tomorrow. Morati said it was engaging. Thank you. Ahla said, how can we register for the group? So for the group, it would be sent out today. Just watch out in the Telegram. It's just a simple form. Say the training was really good. I like it. It was pretty great. Pretty excited for the day 2 and day 3. Meles said many thanks for the first day. It was interactive, engaging, as well as going fast. It was nice. Thanks for you, the assistants and the trainees, for sharing feedback. Thank you all. Thank you. Great having you together today. So we'll be meeting tomorrow at exactly 9 because we've missed a lot of, I mean, not a lot, but a couple of concepts due to the connection. And since we started in the morning a bit later. So tomorrow in the morning, we're going to meet exactly at 9, 9 a.m. East African time, GMT +3. Don't be late. Make sure that you have your alarm on so that we can meet exactly at that time. Okay. Thank you, guys. You have a couple of like 6 minutes. If you haven't completed the exam, you can go ahead and do. For those of you who have already done the exams, now we'd be sending out a form for the grouping. Okay, so Nati, can you go ahead and send out the form so that the others can start to register for the grouping? Okay, so a form has been sent out. Go ahead and fill it in for the grouping, and yeah, we can meet tomorrow. Have a good day. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.